Hello, hello. Okay, so I need to post about this stream. Maybe she put a countdown. No, then it says AFK. Um, on YouTube, just me, Zig versus Rust. Oh, you know what? Let me bring chat here. Zig versus Rust for microservices. I cannot understand Go. I'm a Java dev. What do you mean? What a question. Um, for some reason, I cannot understand Go. I learn many languages, no problem, even functional ones. But Go, I'm not sure why. I see. So Go doesn't click for you. I would argue that Go is better than Zig and Rust for microservices. Hot take. Well, actually, not even that hot. Hello, Bytes Watcher. So I don't think that anything that Zig and Rust bring to the table is relevant almost ever for microservices. For microservices, you're basically writing glue that takes in HTTP, turns HTTP, or well, probably JSON over HTTP or something like that, and it turns that into data that then you redirect to a database, message queue, another microservice. So um, microservices, generally speaking, they don't do much. They do very little work. It's mostly serialization, deserialization, mild transformation, redirect to somewhere else. So it really doesn't matter, Zig or Rust. I think that you might enjoy putting in more effort into understanding Go, especially if you're a Java dev, because Go has a very different paradigm and getting your brain free from object orientation. Sometimes it's good. Oh, let's see what Rafael said, because I think this is what Rafael said. I was a Java dev. I migrated to Go. Try to think less in OO, and you will see Go is very refreshing. Agreed. That's exactly my point. I'm learning Zig as a systems language because it seems the closest to Go I've seen lately. Let me tell you one thing, Rafael. If you really start appreciating Zig, it will spoil Go for you. Because Go, I fully 100% agree that Go is like very refreshing in that space, in the space of web dev stuff. But boy, does it have big limitations. Big limitations that you don't have with Zig. So I'm not saying that everything in Zig is going to be, strictly better than Go. But you will see that there, like, Go gives you some things. It saves you from certain Java madness, but it's not the full solution either. That said, I think that I will do in the future, not far future, like let's say near-ish future, I will probably do some more web dev stuff. And I'm torn right now between attempting to do that in Zig versus doing it in Go. In my case, the reason why I tell people to not use Zig, but then I use Zig myself, is because I'm so into Zig that I can do like more stuff that maybe other people that maybe wouldn't be rational for other people. But even to do in Zig, unless they were already into the ecosystem as much as I am. But even then, I think that really for web dev stuff where you just want to get it done decently, not perfectly, you just want to get it done decently, Go is good enough. Okay, so let's see. Hello, Danik. So we're waiting for the stream to start. Here's the plan for today. I'm gonna start by doing a little bit of Zig work. Turns out that there's like a vulnerability on the Zig website that I was shown that needs to be fixed. Nothing crazy, but it's a small abuse that people could make of it that I'm fixing. And then after that, we're gonna do the big stuff. And the big stuff, I mean, this countdown is actually not super precise, but because we're gonna do the Zig website first. But we're gonna change. I'm gonna show you how. So I'm rewriting Zine into a standalone executable. The standalone executable is really fast, like really, really fast at building websites. But it's not the fastest. It's far from the fastest. Or rather, I guess it depends on how you define this term, because I think it might actually be the fastest. Like, I was measuring Zola and how long it takes Zola to build its website, which is way simpler than the Zig website. And it takes them like 200 something milliseconds. I built Zig in 44 milliseconds from scratch, no caching. So doing the full work takes 44 milliseconds. So it may very well be that Zine is the fastest, even as it is right now. But we're going to get to the next stage. I'm going to show you the profiling of Zine and where it's slow. And then we're going to take it to the next level, integrating a change from Neurosite, who has done an incredible fit. Let's see. I'm assuming that he pushed it. Hey, Neurosite. Holy shit. The madman did it. Goodbye query cache, I'm guessing. Holy cow. Goodbye query files. Goodbye query files. Welcome pre-generated queries, pre-parsed queries. Let's fucking go. Cbor? Oh, you're cboring these things into memory. Is that how it is? Wait, I'm guessing. Hello, show us. hello. Hey, Salty Grandpa. Thank you for the $15 to the ZSF. Thank you very much. Thank you. We're inching our way closer to the $10,000 to the ZSF. We'll get there eventually, and it's gonna be glorious once we get there. So, yeah, goodbye highlights, goodbye injections. I guess those are fetched basically from a good old static string map. Load queries. Oh, I guess this is rehydration. Nice. Where's the deletion of the query cache? I expected that to go away. What am I missing? Are you? I assume that you would. Huh. Wait, did I miss something just because the rehydrated queries are still cached? Because why not? What does rehydration do? Because I assume that rehydration would basically just adjust pointers. Is it more than just that? Because I'm also thinking that maybe, I guess it's not guaranteed, but maybe it could even be possible that you offload the pointer adjustment work to the linker. In the binary Cbor is way more compact than the final structure. I see. Okay, I see. So your idea is you don't keep them always hydrated in memory. You don't keep them always hydrated in memory. You only get them on demand. Honestly, that makes, I guess, sense. That makes sense. I guess the question would be, what is the weight difference? Like, what would the executable size be, for example, if those were kept fully hydrated, let's say statically in memory versus using Cbor? But in any case, cool, really cool. Okay, so let's do the chore, and then let's get into the juicy part. So let's fix the Zig website. To do that, I think I'm gonna. I think I'm just gonna stash my changes right now. So I stash my changes, and then I want to modify actually, I think it's update GitHub spawn source. So here's what's happening. We run this delicious GraphQL query. And we then get from GitHub information such as who's donating to Zig, how much they're donating, and then we can basically create a radius of people at different donation cut points, and then we build two HTML files, one to be used by the homepage and one to be used by release notes. And you can see that what we're doing is creating a link into their favorite website, and putting in their name. Guess what? The unthinkable we discovered. We discovered the absolute unthinkable. So long story short, GitHub gives you this information. Well, it's not the unthinkable. I'm joking, actually. It was a surprise, but it's, I guess, reasonable. Basically, GitHub doesn't escape these values. They give them to you unescaped. So if you're a slightly too clever developer and you put weird HTML in your GitHub username, it shows up unescaped on the Zig website. Whoops. So let's go sanitize this stuff, basically. How do we do that? This script is not integrated with Zine. One way of making this work would be that instead of generating HTML, we generate like Markdown. And so had we generated Markdown, I think everything would have played out nicely, kind of automatically. But we are generating HTML also because that integrates more nicely with the release notes, because the release notes also are like HTML native. Andrew writes them in HTML. So let's escape this stuff here in place. How do we do this? My idea is we steal some functionality from Super HTML. And literally we basically copy paste this thing. Copy HTML save, takes in an input, looks at the bytes, outputs them escaped. Let's see, YOLO. So copy this bad boy down here. And I think we do HTML save of both, because I think attributes as well, right, go through HTML escaping. So how do we even express this? Is there no convenience thing? Did I really do bytes everywhere? Oh yeah, I totally did. Let's go. That is how we're gonna do it. So Twitter username. One. Two. Escapurino. What's this link? Website URL. Yeah, you're also getting escape, dude. I'm sorry. Yeah. HTML save, HTML save, HTML save, HTML save. You know what? I'm going to copy this. HTML safety. HTML save W. S.login. This one I think we can trust. And then link and name. There we go. I think I escaped everything that needed escaping. Bum, 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 bum. This one is fine. Bum, bum. Okay. I think we did it. Honestly, we might as well escape these. It's overkill, but you know what? I don't think this is gonna hurt because even if this is not gonna hurt. You know what? Let's do it. HTML save. Fuck it. Let's go. HTML save all the things. Okay, safer than Rust, man. Cool. That's it. So let's try Zig run. Running it's annoying because I need to set some environment variables that I don't think I have. Yeah, but at least it can catch these. Invalid format string S for struct. No, I need the F reference trace before the dash dash. What's happening? 272. Oh, snap. Yeah, one layer too many. Okay, let's double check the wrapping layers. This is okay. This is okay. This is okay. This is okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay. Cool. Yeah, no complaints that we're missing the variable. Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, perfect. Let's push it and see what happens. Git push. Git stash pop. Okay, so we're back to working on the Zig website. Okay, so push already happened and it's a success. Let me zoom out a little bit. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go into actions and we're gonna trigger a sponsors list update. Run workflow. Let's see if it goes well. This stuff is so slow. It's incredible how everybody just accepted that it's fine. It takes, I don't know, 15 seconds for the job to be registered, 30 seconds or more for a runner to pick up this job. 36 seconds. Three seconds to restore cache. No, more than that. That job ran for 10 seconds. But at least this one is like, you're doing something. I bet you that the blame lies with freaking C#. This is all C# infrastructure, as far as I'm aware. Like, I mean, the Microsoft, cloud stuff. Okay, so we did everything. Are we committing as well? Anything? So we did have one change. Okay, perfect. Azure, yes, Azure. Yep. Okay, so basically the only thing that we changed so far is a couple of quotes. That's fine. Is there already the GitHub account name instead of the real name? No, because we don't know how to do that. Like, you can look at the script and you can see what the script does. So we default to rendering people's names and not their account name because I think it's just preferable overall. I get it that like specific individual might want something different. The problem is we don't have a system to record and update these preferences, and something like this is just super annoying to keep working. I don't know. Although, you know what? Maybe we could say, not now, but in the future we could say you can create in the repository, that basically acts as your personal profile. You can create a .zig donor file with some settings in there. But it's tough. Okay, so we saved the day. The Zig website is now not vulnerable anymore. Cool. Okay, so let's go enjoy Neurosite's work. Oh yeah, Viru, I also saw your PR. I forgot. I will admit that after I started streaming, I forgot. But yeah, I saw it. Oh man, that's cool. This one is also another cool one. So this one, let me see if I have it here, the screenshot. So that PR does this. Opening browser. Basically, we have an open issue where we have an algorithm to collect syntax highlighting queries, tags, classes. That is kind of simplistic. Basically, once we find one, we move past a term. So meaning that a term can only be matched by one of these tags. And it's super annoying. So, or actually maybe it's not just one. I think maybe there can be a couple, but in any case, the way it's written, it loses some for sure. So Viru, I think, has implemented, he's working towards the full correct solution that basically does extra work to collect this information. So yeah, I'm actually genuinely looking forward to that. Nice. 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 Okay, so that's another big improvement that we'll want to merge. Oh, also, You know, maybe what I would ask you, let me see. What did you change? Change highlight.zig. Yeah, I think I should be able to get this in standalone without problem. Yeah. Okay. Okay. One thing at a time. So I said that I would show what's going on. I said that I will show you what is going on with Zine in terms of performance, and then I'll show you how to make it better. So let me do that. Let's see also what people are saying here. Do-do-do. Mm-hmm. Okay, people are still chatting about microservices. Cool. Okay, let's get the neurosite stuff going. So, I'm actually wondering at this point if it's even worth locking versus doing the work per thread, or in a sense, keeping the cache thread local and not locking anything. Okay. So this is Zine. This is the Zig website. I can do Zine release with a bunch of arguments because the Zig website has a ton of CLI arguments, and you can see that it's pretty fast. So if we hyperfine it, 40, 42, 44 milliseconds, we're in that ballpark. So if we look at the tracing, so this is a release fast without tracing. Let's add tracing. And you know what? I think I actually want to simplify tracing a little bit because I think I have extra tracking that I don't care about anymore. So I think in HTML, I have tracing in here, like HTML event. I think I don't care about this anymore, honestly. And I don't care about the node type even. You know what? I'm gonna just comment it out. Caching is still useful to avoid touching the allocator. Well, but I'm using the SMP allocator, and the SMP allocator, I believe, doesn't really have locking, does it? I believe it's like very per thread oriented. I might be wrong, actually. I might have a totally overly simplistic understanding of how that thing works. Okay, so now you can see that with tracing enabled, it's much slower. I can tell you that 100 milliseconds of this runtime is literally a sleep at the end because we are waiting for Tracy to finish collecting all the data. Because if the executable ends too prematurely, then we lose data. So it's basically we went from 40 milliseconds to 75, roughly speaking, because of tracing. Just putting this out there. So one single invocation, no Tracy, no hyperfine. Yes, Tracy. Connect. Run it. Get the info from Tracy. And here you can see that basically everything is really fast, except these very big syntax windows. Here we are loading syntax highlighting queries from 3-seater, And like this time dominates everything. And the worst part is, let's take a look at this thing message. So this message tells us which language, which syntax highlighting queries we're loading for which language. And we're all choking, waiting on freaking Zig, which makes sense. There's a ton of Zig code samples. So basically, the problem is this: we hit the necessity of syntax highlighting Zig very quickly in the official Zig website. Who would have thought, huh? And then everybody chokes on that, basically. There's a ton of contention and everything dies. Okay. So this is status quo. This is our starting point. Now, next thing that we want to do is update. Let's update our dependencies. So Zig fetch flow syntax. Not my flow syntax, the one from Neuroside, maybe. There we go. Do we actually just straight up Zig build already? Or do we need to fix the interface? Okay, we have a bunch of spam. Okay. So we spent 1 second building these freaking queries, like once and for all, basically. I'm actually surprised this is this fast. Amazing. Let's see what happens now. First of all, do we build? We build. Let's hyperfine it. This is with tracing, so faster. 20 milliseconds faster. Let's take a look at the trace. I know that we're not yet seeing the actual fast number, so we'll get there. Be patient. Holy fucking shit. Well, check this out. Not bad, huh? So now what's dominating? Now it's eval that's dominating. It's like it's finally on me. Evaluating template nodes is finally what's dominating, because it's all my custom made parsers and my custom made scripting language. You know, that it's like not slow, but also not giga fast. And finally, those are the things that dominate the time. I would say not bad. I would say not bad. That said, I don't know if we see here lock contention. So I'm gonna save this. So this is Ziglang. Preload mutex. I don't know. That's what I'm gonna call it. So this is crazy. Can you even find the query cache zone? So here's the highlight code ones. Two microseconds. I don't know neurosite. It's like it's 2 microseconds. Like, can't we like just cut that in half or something? Let's see the slowest one. Wait, there's a data point in here. Why is it not getting selected? Can I like see it? Where even is this guy? Oh, it's this guy here? No. Freak. I don't know how to find it. Maybe it's this guy. The color seems similar. So maybe this is the guy that took the longest. Okay, here's how it goes. So I double click on this guy. This window selects that. I do zoom to zone and it shows me the zone, which is the one that I ended up finding. Okay. Go to parent. No. It's C. C syntax highlighting is particularly gnarly, apparently. So he's the worst one. But I mean, we're going from 10 microseconds to 500 microseconds. I mean, okay, there is some variability, to be fair. But they're also, I don't know, like reasonably distributed. I guess you could say this is a measure of language complexity, C being at the top. Not surprised. What are these guys? Oh no, where's that window? Doesn't the double click do it? I thought it did. Oh, there we go. It's clicking this that shows that up. So this is Zig, and this is also Zig. Okay, that's interesting. That's the actual highlighting. Yeah, you're right. Not the query. Yes, you're right. This is selecting this thing. The query loading is syntax, right? You know what? Let me double check in the source code so that we don't get this wrong. Yep. This is syntax create file type, which includes also some other stuff. Let's do syntax. Okay, syntax. Syntax goes from 200 nanoseconds to 94 microseconds. Let's look at the two outliers. Hey, Johnny. Yeah, tremendously. I'll give you the long story short. Three-seater is made up of, let's say, two parts. One is the grammar. Every language has a grammar. You write it in JavaScript. Then the three-seater CLI tool takes your JavaScript, but you write it in JavaScript, but it's like not pure JavaScript. It's like you use it as a DSL. So basically the three-seater CLI tool takes your JavaScript, outputs a JSON file, reads the JSON file, and uses it to generate a C parser, which then gets compiled to a dynamic library or, gets compiled to a library. So all your language grammars are libraries. Then that allows, that's the parser part. But then if you want syntax highlighting is done through queries. So you have a query file, and the query file is kind of like a Lisp type of language, where you write basically expressions, Lispy expressions that match subtrees of your like subtrees of the AST um, of a specific language, and then that's how syntax highlighting happens. Well, then the results of that of running those queries needs to be tagged by the editor or whatever is the thing that it's like syntax highlighting, and then those tags can define, that something should be underlined, made bold, made purple, whatever. Okay, so what Neurosite did specifically is improve dramatically the loading of those queries, because in Tricitter, even though the grammar is basically precompiled, the syntax highlighting queries are not precompiled. They are meant to exist as source code, as like text format, and to be loaded dynamically, parsed dynamically by well, let's call it the runtime, right? The editor or whatever it is. Also, for some weird reason, loading those queries is comically slow. I don't know why. They probably just made a bad implementation. That's my guess. But loading one of those syntax highlighting queries takes like 20 milliseconds in release mode. And just to give you an idea, let me show you, for example, the syntax highlighting queries for Ziggy, right? My JSON replacement. Ziggy queries highlights. It's this. I can promise you, most syntax highlighting files are not much more complex than this. That's what they tend to be. And it takes 20 milliseconds for Tricitter to parse this text file. I don't know why. So, it's insane, but that's how it is. Also, I think at some point, maybe somebody mentioned maybe they are doing unbuffered reads. No, I believe that you feed a string, like you preload the entire file yourself, and then you just feed a string to Tricitter, and then Tricitter, I don't know, just does inefficient stuff in there. In any case, there's also some analysis happening for sure. It's not just an AST. Like, it's not just pure parsing. Some reasoning is happening, but it's not a lot. So what did he do? No. What he did was basically take the in-memory data that Tricitter generates, once you're done loading a query, and he just serializes that in the executable. And basically we serialize, and it's like dehydration, rehydration of the C data structure, pretty much. And that went from having that Tricitter dominates everything. Like my previous Tracy would show that Tricitter was basically dominating all the times in here. You would see that everything that was Tricitter. And now Tricitter syntax highlighting is like super small. And finally, it's actually running the template logic that dominates, which is what one would hope. So how long does it take now to load? So this used to take 20 milliseconds. Now it takes nanoseconds on average, plus some small outliers when it goes to microseconds, from nanoseconds to microseconds. How fast is it with no Tracy? Good question. Although before that, I would like to try the no mutex thread local version of this. So let's do this first. Let's do also the hyperfine. Hyperfine is, it seems comparable. Yeah, at the hyperfine level, not big change. let's see now. Or those 300 microseconds. So this is 300 microseconds, the worst ones. I don't remember how this compares to the other one. Can I compare to the one with mutex? Oh wait, did I save also? Yes. I have no idea how that works. Syntax? First time that I do this. Syntax? Okay. Is this the full interface zoom size? Oh yeah. Oh man, I love this. Okay. So this trace lemon Ruby external trace gray overlap. Dude, I'm colorblind. These colors are already driving me insane. I don't know. I don't know if oh, but wait. Okay, so total time in this 3 milliseconds. Total time, the other one, 500 microseconds. Total time, 2.9 milliseconds more than the external one. Mean time, 35 microseconds. Lemon is us, right? Ruby is the other one. Mean time of the other one, lower. It seems that the cache is worth it. Unless I didn't understand shit and completely misunderstood everything, it seems to me that basically this is saying that, yeah, the cache is totally worth it. Cool. Okay, let's reinstate the cache then, as it was before. So no more thread local. Return the mutex. Build without Tracy, release fast. And it's time for bets. So I'm gonna run a poll. New poll. How long will it take us to build ziglang.org with neurosites? Oh, fuck, it's too long. Okay, how long will it take us to build ziglang.org now? So originally, it was taking us 40 to 44 milliseconds. So I'm going to put that back also as an option, like, as in nothing has changed. 40 ms to 44 milliseconds. Let's go to 10, 20. 20, 40. And just for the sake of, I guess, completeness, we can say 44 ms to 60 ms. Okay. Just for clarity, it was taking us 44 milliseconds to build this originally. The poll is a little bit not too super granular. Maybe I should make it more granular. I think we are in the 10 to 20 milliseconds. I know that 20 to 40 is the more, like, it's the better bet, right? Because it's much more likely that we're gonna be in this range than in this range. But I feel like we can go below 20. I feel like we can get there. We'll see. Oh, I shouldn't make this. I should not have made this a poll. I should have made this something that you can, like, I guess, bet bugs on. Yeah, maybe I should have made that one. So, yep. This is going to be cool. Also, what's the executable size? What? Holy shit, 93 megabytes? Wait a second. Wait a second. Holy shit, that's a lot. Is this all the grammars that makes it so big? The three-seater grammars are around 90 megabytes. Whew. We're talking about dehydrated version, right? Sorry, the dehydrated version. How much was it when those were in text form? Oh, grammars, right? Not queries. You're right. You're right. So, holy cow. Okay, let's see what's gonna be. So, hyperfine version, run. 26 milliseconds. So we went from 40 to 26. With the fastest being 23. That's still not bad. Out of curiosity, what would it take if we had no syntax highlighting at all? So what if this was this? Wait a second. Did this actually work? Well, it turns out, unless I'm horribly wrong, it turns out that it's pretty much the same. So now we're basically got to the point where syntax highlighting is more or less virtually free. Yeah, it seems so. It's like, I don't know, maybe 1-2 millisecond worth of difference overall. Well, that was it. So, cool. We did it. We have it. Personal website. Let's see how my personal website now is going to look like. Yeah, 6 milliseconds. Yeah. 6-7 milliseconds for my personal website. Not bad. Official Zine website. Well, no, it's not plus 90 megabytes. So I hadn't checked the size of Zine pretty much ever. So the 90 megabytes is not for this latest change. The 90 megabytes is because we have a bunch of built-in three-seater grammars. Those are big. Those are consuming a bunch of memory. And those we always had them. Like every time we add a new grammar, that increases the file size, and there's kind of nothing we can do except maybe make a better three-seater eventually. I mean, I'm starting to feel it. I don't know if you guys feel it, but I'm starting to feel it. The grammars are big, the queries are slow to load, and then you have to do workarounds. Just saying. I'm not gonna do that tomorrow though, that's for sure. 6 milliseconds, the official Zine website as well. Not bad. You can compress them more than 10 to 1 with UPX. I'm not sure what UPX is, but I am actually interested in what you're describing. And I think I understand. So I know that symbol names stay in the executable because you need to be able to pull them out, because I know that there's like an optimized interface when you can refer to symbols with like pointers, and some other times where you can refer, or like IDs in any case, like numbers, and some other, and another less optimized interface when you use string comparisons, which means that the string has to be somewhere, which would be nice also if it could be nuked. UPX will slow down the runtime. Oh, it's an executable compressor. Okay, no. I'm thinking that there might be some, like, for example, if you don't use the slow text-based interface to refer to nodes, for example, I think that it should be possible to take those away, take those out. By the way, Neurosite, how do you deal with like three-seater queries? Do you also, sorry, not three-seater queries, three-seater grammars? Do you also bundle them in Flow? So you also have like an executable that weighs more or less 100 megabytes? Well, 94, whatever. I'm guessing, for example, Helix doesn't weigh a ton, probably, because it downloads them dynamically. Maybe that's something that we could do as well. We'll see. In any case, yeah, pretty fast. Pretty fast. I'm actually curious that the Zig website takes so long. Like the Zig website is bigger, for sure, but it takes a lot more. Like, sure, there's a bunch of pages. I mean, not even a ton, but there's a reasonable chunk of pages. It still takes a bit though. I think there might be something else here going on, meaning there might be something that we're doing that slows things down. Well, for example, there's all these extra file accesses that are like for these guys. That's one thing for sure. I'm curious to see. Okay, let's put back Tracy. So let's do no more release fast, just delete Tracy. And let's take a look at and how everything looks like in this guy. Okay, so what can we see here that is interesting? We have some eval that is giga slow. We have, you know what I want to introduce? I think I want to introduce frames now. So let's introduce frames because I think this might be useful for us to uh, visually see what we're looking at. So let's go to main. And we can say, ba-ba-bum, Tracy dot trace name, trace allocator, nope. Message, nope. Frame mark. What's a frame mark? Frame mark named. Oh, you just like start named frame. And it gives you a frame that you can then end. Frame mark start, frame mark end. What's the difference between what's a frame mark versus creating a frame? I guess I'll just do a frame mark for now and we'll see what happens. Load build. Scan content. Then, oh, this is something that we should upload to threads, but we don't. Let's also do this. Okay, well, I guess we'll see what it shows up in, how it shows up in the UI. And if I don't like how it shows up, I'm going to use the other one with precise start and end. Activate sections. Parse pages. Then I'm guessing here, if everything goes right, we analyze. Yeah. It sticks on the timeline. Okay. Analysis errors, blah, 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 blah. Blah, blah, blah. Oh. URL collision. And then that's fine. Rendering. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Oh. 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 Oh, I see. Oh, that's actually cool. But that's not what I want. That's cool, although that's not what I want really. Because I want also them to end. Okay, I see what the problem is. If we do this, they basically they start overlapping in a way that they shouldn't. Okay, so we want something different. I think we just want named frame, and that's it. Okay, let's just do it. I could put I could create I guess some kind of scope here and then use the fur. No, I just want a full end start. Like I liked what I was seeing at the top. I just need those things to not overlap because they don't really overlap. I'm just missing end. I think that I'm getting exactly what I want right now. And I guess I just can call this frame. With this guy here, it's more annoying. You need this continuous frame? No, no, no. I think it's fine. I just want to make sure that they end before the new one starts. I think this is fine. You know what? I'm gonna save this and then see how that looks like, so that we double check that. But I think I'm going in the right direction. Yeah. So I'm assuming. Okay, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm assuming that these things would all be at the top with like vertical markers. I'm basically assuming that this frame here, basically what I want is for this to have more than one than these things. Wait, let me just double check. Named frame, which makes a frame. Frame arc start, frame arc end, which is what gets called by this. Okay, I'm assuming that once I'm done moving everything, we should be fine. I think. You know what? Whatever. Let's just do it. Named frame. Oh, here's a problem though. The weight needs also to be in here. If the weight is not included, then it's kind of not worth it. Oh, but these guys will always overlap. Oh, I see, I see, I see. Okay, so never mind. Let's not do this. Take those out. Take this out. Take this out. Okay, I get it. Yeah, so that actually means that this goes here and this goes, or no, we put it back. Sorry, I am trying to understand how to make this all work with my new setup. That's how it should be. Okay, the weight is also included. Then we have a new frame. Activate sections. Yes. All the way down here. Ah, come on. We're parsing pages. We're creating sites. And only here we're done. Waiting. Then analyze pages. I need to split these into multiple functions. Like, this was easily manageable for a while. And now it's starting to get a little bit too big. A little too many two concerns all squished into one file, I think. Okay, so here we just print errors. Layouts are done loading. Hey, Lucas. Are you still like A/B testing your programming language hot takes to see what's getting a reaction out of people? I'm not sure I set this frame in the best possible way, but fine, whatever. Whatever. Let's do the other one. Template errors, blah, 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 blah. Okay, rendering. No, not here, but here. Uh-oh, we have caged into a scope a variable that needs to survive instead. Whoops. And we have also installed assets at the very end. We shouldn't forget about this one. Okay, let's see. So here we have create sites, but we have caged it into a scope, so we need to take it out. Um, then what else is wrong here? Oh, okay. Let's see if this work pays off somehow, or like at all. This sucks. Why does it still say frame one? I guess it should be a unnamed frame. I mean, to be honest, it's not the end of the world. Actually, I can work with this, but still. Waiting for Tracy says 21 milliseconds. 49 milliseconds page rendering. Do I still have frame mark somewhere? I don't think I do, but I might. Let's see. No. No frame marks. I guess the idea is to make the frames not named. Let's see. Can I make a non-named frame? Oh, or you know what? Maybe they should have all the same name to be considered. No, well, wait, I actually don't know what's going on here. So this says emit frame mark, and then emit frame mark name dot pointer. What if we change frame mark named to frame mark? What would happen then? Would it assume that they are different frames? It's probably not what we want, but oh wait, do we even have frame mark named? In all these cases, this API doesn't allow us to pass in null. So we can't do this with this API. Yeah, it's annoying. It's fine. It's annoying, but also fine, I guess. Okay, I'll leave it as is. I was hoping for like bigger vertical bars, but to be honest, this works because you can select these things. I just wish you could say that they are actually one after the other. They're not one below the other. You should be able to put them on a single line, but that's fine. So page rendering takes 49 milliseconds. And right now it's dominated by this page where there's two big boy evals that take a chunk of time. That's kind of cool though. Like the fact that we can see this. So we're rendering a page. Which page? It seems to be the front page. I think the fact that the message is empty is because probably this is the front page. because we put the URL here, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're all busted. Okay, never mind. Learn. Oh no, you know what? These might be all the various front pages. Yeah. Because there's multiple front pages, that's for sure. News. Okay. Learn. News. Carmen the allocator. Okay, I think we were probably also doing a poor job at rendering this message here. Let's see, the sampling based profiler in Tracy is badass. I don't think it's important in my quest though. I would assume so. I don't even know how to enable that. So I'm guessing, like, how do you enable this stuff on Linux? In any case, so let's add information about the new stuff that dominates. Let's see what takes so long to evaluate. To do that, we need to go in Super HTML. Why does scan content take so long? Good question. I think there is something not tracked. I suspect it might be either assets or template loading. I bet you that it's template loading because it's not tracked well. Okay, let's add eyes over all of these. So let's start from main. Let's go to scan templates. Let's add Tracy stuff in here. Wait, is it not zone? No, it's trace, and we call the thing zone. Okay. Okay. So I think that we can already answer one question now. No, wait. We need a second one. Okay. Yep. Scan side assets takes a while. Why does it take this long? Good question. What do we have in there? You know, this is actually interesting. There's Zig code in here, but you know what's the funniest thing about Zig code? The funniest thing about Zig code is that it shouldn't be inside of assets because we don't want to refer to any of this stuff directly. I believe that we only refer to this stuff through doc test as a build as a build time asset. I may be wrong. Let's test this hypothesis. But I should be able to do move assets slash Zig code to Zig code. So I'm moving Zig code out here. Assets is now much smaller. And at the same time, we invoke build.zig. We look at run Zig scripts and we say run single build thingy. FMT assets dir path slash path. No. Or maybe yes, but then this is now Z code. The reason why I'm doing Zig build is that you have to keep in mind that we are the Zig website uses build.zig because it has build time assets. So we're using this other interface. For simplicity, I do verbose so that I can run this stuff from the CLI without also going through the delay of calling into the Zig build system, because I just ran this. Okay, let's see what that looks like now. Yep, looks pretty different, doesn't it? So scan templates and scan side assets fits nicely into the other content scanning. Listing 130 files shouldn't take 36 milliseconds though. Maybe, I don't know. It's like it's also macOS, so I don't know. It's macOS and it's also done. Let me think about it for a moment. It's also done like in the main thread. I don't know. Does it in release mode and without tracing? It's probably going to be faster. But so far, what I have observed is that also in release mode, everything tends to be more or less proportional to also debug mode. So like things change a bit, but not dramatically so. I know that this is not always the case, but this has been my experience so far with Zine. In any case, this is a change that makes sense because those files, they're not really assets. They are not something that we reference directly. They're just input files that get processed by the Zig build system that then we and then the outputs of those from the Zig cache, that's what we use in Zine. So how can I say? It is in any case correct to move those things out. And yes, keep in mind that this is a debug build. So that time has been shortened. Then we have parsing, which is mostly fine, except one very long parsing here. So parsing is, I'm not sure. It's, I guess, not bad, but not great either. Although this is still a debug build. So it's like 2 milliseconds to parse. We don't know which page. We should probably say which page we're parsing here. And in any case, this is for section pages. This is to activate sections. And then there's the rest of the parsing. This could definitely be made more efficient. So here's one stupid thing that I'm doing that I probably want to change. Or rather, not stupid, but like unless unless I find out that there's like very very bad downsides to not doing this, I will change. Where basically the idea is first we parse index files, because if those have draft equal true, then all the pages below them are like automatically drafts as well, basically. And so we use this to discover which pages we shouldn't parse. But the reality is that actually we probably want to parse everything no matter what. Even if a page is set to draft, we probably want to parse it as well. And maybe what we can do is, if it turns out that the page is set to draft, then we, because either it itself says draft, or because a parent section says that everything is a draft, then we can say either we don't display errors on those if there are any, or we display them no matter what. So yeah, something to keep in mind. I think the only thing that it can be confusing, the only thing that can be confusing about changing this setup is that you might start getting errors like collisions, where it says, look, this page that is actually a draft, even though you were not going to output it, it collides with this other thing. And the user might think that we're not honoring the draft flag if we say that. So maybe we should make sure that the wording in the error clarifies that. But in any case, so bunch of parsing, then bunch of analysis. Analysis is super fast in the end, 3 milliseconds to analyze everything. That's fine. And then we have actual rendering. Okay, so here's what I would do. I would make parse say what they're parsing, and I would make eval saying what they're evaluating. Let's go do that. So we already have tracing here. And we have a zone, but we don't have a message. If it's debug assertions, and then also tracy dot message copy, and our message is going to be the name. But we do that in well, we'll do that down here. We could either try to move this. Well, we can move this down, I guess. And in here, say also tracy message copy path bytes. Okay, so with this, we're making these things say what they're parsing. Next is evaluation. Evaluation, though it's not here, is a super HTML in the VM. Oh, it's in template? Yep. So here we have a zone. But we don't say what we're evaluating. What are we evaluating? Oh, we're evaluating nodes, I guess. And not all of these nodes contain an actual query, do they? Or do they? Do they contain an actual query, all of them? Or do they? Let's see. Extend unreachable root block. Expr. Special attribute. No, I think we want to go into these specialized evals, like eval var, eval this, eval that. So actually, we don't even need this flag. We don't even need that, because we can straight up, yeah, just put it here. Source, I guess. So this is eval var. This is eval context. This is eval attribute. Eval if. Eval loop. And then we're kind of done, I think. Yeah. Okay. Did you check yet that binary queries give identical output? No, not yet. Okay, let's run this through Tracy and let's see. Reconnect. Okay, so what is taking the longest to parse? There was a big boy parse that took forever. This guy, right? This guy's a giant. Learn overview. Oh yeah. Learn overview. It's a pretty chunky boy. So it makes sense for that page to uh, maybe take longer than other ones to parse. Yep. Learn build system. Okay, so that's fine. Let's look at eval. So let's look at the longest evals. These are like two big evals. Let's see what happens in there. Oh, I see. This is like this is one eval where like we're evaluating multiple attributes or something. Okay, I bet you that this is the download page. We don't see it, but I bet you that this is like something like download. In any case, here we have eval attribute. Where's my message, dude? Eval var. Where are my messages? Did it not get saved? Oh yeah, I did not get saved because I need to restart this. Right. Because I changed the dependency in the zone file. So if you change a dependency, you need to restart watch. Yeah, look at all these new messages there. Okay, so biggest evals. Eval attribute. What attribute are we evaluating? $side dot. No. I bet you there's a freaking new line in here. And the new line kills the message or something. In Tracy, I mean. Yeah. CTX build get tarball. These are like this is the download page that has a ton of metaprogramming in it, like a literal metric ton. That said, loading $side shouldn't take this long. Oh, why? It's because it's $side dot something. We don't know dot what. God damn it. We need to strip that of new lines. Otherwise, there's no point. Let's see, eval loop again. There's also apply. Hmm. Would be nice if I should probably have tracing around all built-ins, all built-in functions. I'm thinking if there's like an easy way of getting that information. It's not a good one. I would have to just to do the work of creating these frames for every one of those. Not the end of the world, to be honest, but okay. So yeah, so far this all makes sense. Let's see how long it takes actually in release mode to build this stuff without all those extra files, without Tracy. After that, I'm gonna check that the outputs are equal. So this we did. This we're doing. And then there's more Zine work afterwards. "20 milliseconds. So after that change, we went from, what was it, 26 milliseconds in release mode. So for the people that were wondering, how long does it take in release mode? Okay, so no, you are right. That change was not like, there was a big difference between debug mode versus release mode for that code there. But in any case, we did have an improvement. We had a 5-6 millisecond improvement just by making that directory smaller, which is cool because there was a bunch of files that we didn't care about. Also, you know what? Now that I think about it, Karitam, if you're still around, where is it? You were saying listing 130 files shouldn't take 36 milliseconds, though. I'm not sure if those were 130 files, because if we go in Zig code, I don't know, build system. There's Zig cache. Each one of these guys has a Zig cache. Although I do think they will ignore it. We should skip files, directories that start with a dot, so never mind. You know what? I actually don't know. Let's test if the output is identical. Okay, yeah, 6-7 milliseconds. Oh, this is actually a bit slower than the previous build. But yeah, whatever. Okay. Clear public. Run release. In this case is reference. I don't remember if it's Zig out or reference, but yep. So on your side, the syntax highlighting seems to be totally matching so far. My personal blog is an absolute success. Official Zine website, that's a table. I did change that. That's another table. Official Zine website, same thing. Do you know of a Zig project for evaluating .gitignore files? No, but I have a vague memory that somebody might have done something like this. So I cannot point you to a specific project, but I am not confident that this has not been done already. So there might be some. Sometimes that kind of something was not done. In this case, I don't know. This might have been done already. If you want to look at like who might have done this stuff, maybe Megan has something for this. Maybe. Otherwise, Neurosite, use a 3-seater parser. Why not? Well, actually, jokes aside, man, that format is so simple that for once I would expect the fucking three-seater grammar to be not an approximation. Hopefully. Okay, so I want more. I want more tracking of these things. So I guess new lines are a problem. So let's go into super HTML, I guess. And let's fix this in there. It's either that or in the virtual machine, we look at every single like component, but that sucks. No, let's do it in here. How do we turn new lines into not new lines? Or maybe is that like something that maybe I was doing wrong? Maybe this is not a problem. I just need a different visualization to be able to see this stuff. Okay, let's do release fast with also Tracy. It's evaluating the wildcard syntax that I don't want to do. Yeah, I can imagine. That said, worst case, you can link against libgit. And I would assume that that thing has support for that. I don't know. Sorry, I'm giving you shit advice. Ignore me. So what did you want to see in here? Oh yeah, I wanted to see if those messages, if there was a way of seeing these messages not suck. So this one is okay. Loop IT HTML, although we see that this is calling into HTML at some point. There's this tiny guys, loop IT heading. Site asset download index.json, 167 nanoseconds. That's because we are actually, sorry, this is at what point in time this was sent. This is 2 microseconds in total. Why is it taking this long? What are we doing in there with site asset download index.json? We're producing a link to it. And that takes a bunch of time, apparently. Yeah. But then we have these big boys. I'm curious why these eval like takes so long. The problem is that it's like I'm guessing it's like a node that has a bunch of like attributes and stuff. So that's why it takes long. So the fact that we see a big eval that alone doesn't tell you anything. You have to look into what happens inside of it. And at the end of the day, it's like not that bad. So for example, this one took a bit, a microsecond compared to other stuff that tends to take less. And here we were doing site asset.zig. So we loaded an asset and turned it into Ziggy. There's one thing that I can tell you that we're not doing right now. This is currently the biggest problem in Zine. The biggest problem in Zine right now is that everything is structured perfectly except templates. Templates do not have an analysis phase. So where I started was that templates didn't even have like a parsing phase. They had everything all in once. So you would basically start the VM and load templates into the VM directly, and the VM would parse those files and report errors at runtime. We split that up. So now we preload templates before feeding them to the VM, and we report errors, like parsing errors right away before even starting the super HTML VM. But there is a parsing phase, but there is no template analysis phase. And in a template analysis phase, what we would do is look at all expressions that are non-conditional. And in this case, none of these things is conditional. Like accessing a site asset that doesn't depend on anything. You can always obtain a site asset. Like basically this expression needs to be evaluated once, and then every template can consume the result. Basically, they can all share it. And in this case, we're not doing this. And in fact, we are basically doing this every time we evaluate the template for every language, for every web page. In this case, only one page uses the template. But basically, there's a bunch of expressions that we could cache. Not every expression is worth caching, I would argue. Actually, that's debatable. Maybe every expression that you can cache is worth caching. I actually don't know. But yeah, we're not doing this, unfortunately. And I think that tracking dependencies is not even that hard. Like the analysis phase, actually, I don't think has to do all that much work to recognize where an expression is dependent on page specific stuff and when it is not. So for example, if you're doing $page.asset, you can't cache that because the asset for that page will depend on the page. But as I was saying here in this example, we're doing a site asset, and the site asset never changes. Especially if you then do .ziggy. If you do site asset link, then linking to something requires you to link into something changes based on the rendering context. So linking cannot be cached. But this one can. And I guess the question is, okay, so I was saying that it's not too hard to know what to cache or not. That's partially true. So I know it's very trivial in Scripty to look at the data dependencies between expressions and know when an expression depends on data that is conditional. So for example, a simple one could be, if my expression depends on $if or $loop, you can't cache it. Or rather, you can't trivially cache it. Maybe you can. Maybe you can do something more sophisticated and cache it, but that could work. But the trivial cache you can't, because there's a conditional above it, or there's a loop above it, or it depends on $page. And so in that case, that's easy. Then that said, there's a couple more things, like you also need to know that asset.link is not cacheable. So basically, we would need to add some metadata to certain built-ins and say, yeah, link is a non-cacheable built-in, for example. And if we did this, we could probably save some time, because we could basically take every expression that is maybe expensive to evaluate. Like we can argue, I would argue that this is relatively expensive. I mean, not terribly so. It apparently took what? Zoom to zone. Where is it? Here. Apparently it took 1 microsecond. To be honest, not the end of the world. We can pay 1 microsecond to load this guy a bunch of times. But still, we could probably save some time here and there. Maybe more interestingly, I mentioned that we cannot cache like loops, but maybe if the whole loop is not dependent on anything, then we evaluate the whole loop once and we just print the loop. We just inline it in a sense in the template. And so at that point, a loop becomes like we stop paying the cost. In any case, you know what? This is like VM performance stuff there that it's definitely interesting to look into, but it's not close in our list of priorities. It's a bit down. It's not near the top. In any case, this is pretty cool. 20 milliseconds rendering the Zig website. Not bad. By the way, just for clarity, okay, 3 content. So this is the Zig website. Bunch of stuff. Some layouts, not a ton to be honest, but some. Some assets, not a ton, but some. Plus a few build assets that go in the CLI. Compare this with Zola. I think it's docs. Their content directory. Bunch of templates. These are fairly simple though. It's like we can open one, but like there's a bunch of those, sure, but not too complicated. And then the main website, again, doesn't seem super complicated. Also, not multiple languages, only one language. Let's see. I don't know, static. Some static assets, nothing crazy. It has some SAS pre-processing, okay. Some templates, again, nothing crazy. Zola build builds the website. Do they have a cache? They don't seem to have a cache. Let's assume that they do not have a cache. 200 milliseconds. Kind of 10 times as slow. Again, not precisely an apple-to-apple comparison. We're not building the same exact website. But I would argue that we're building comparable stuff. And yeah. Like these themes pages, what do they look like? Yeah, looks like normal pages. $258 files in total. A good chunk of those. Okay, let's see, 258. Okay, it's twice as many files. Although a good chunk of those are just images that you don't have to do much about, but fine. 36, 25, and we have about 30, 40, maybe 50 build assets. Yeah, I would say we're in the same ballpark. We're just much faster. Okay, so this is pretty cool. I would say this is pretty cool. So what do we do next? There is more development work that we need to do in Zine, that's for sure. There's this thing also that I found interesting. So somebody shared a, let's see. How long did it take before we built a Zine before? It's hard to measure. 20 milliseconds. Okay, so somebody shared. Where was it actually shared? Was it in general? No. I think it was somewhere in content discuss. I just don't remember where. Oh, this is like actual videos. No, has link, I guess. Mm. Where's performance matters? I feel like I'm going insane. I swear this was posted. I think. Oh well. No. Yeah, this talk. I don't know why I couldn't find it. But in any case, this talk is nice because it shows a um, conditional profiler called cause. I shouldn't say conditional. I should say casual, causal, not casual, causal profiler, a causal profiler. Where the idea being that they profile your application and they try to discover data dependencies in your application by slowing things down, different things every single time. I wonder how much work you have to do to instrument your executable. When you run your program with cause, you will need to build it with debug information. You do not need to include debug symbols in the main executable. You need to decide which part of the implementation to speed up, specifying one or more progress points. Specifying progress points. Yeah. Okay. So you have to put instrumentation. You have to create zones manually. Let's see. I would argue the time spent building build.zig and running it was indeed part of the build time prior to the standalone Zine. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it should count. Yeah, we can argue. Maybe I can make that explicit. Like we can. I would say we can argue that the previous one was a slower, in general. Co's go, Swift Co's. This could be interesting to get working. I would be curious to get causal, god damn it, causal profiling working. That would definitely be interesting. Maybe. In any case, I don't think I want to do that now. So let's look at the other things that we have to do. There's a bunch of stuff. We still have a bunch of to-dos, but I think I want to do Zine init now. It's like a lightweight task. Not too complicated. Nice to have. So yeah. Let's add the Zine init. We also have to decide what so there's also, on top of the basics of implementing it, there's also the question of what do you put in your init page. So yeah. Mm-hmm. Can I ask a Zig question? Sure. Let's do Zig init. Zine init. Okay. Do we accept arguments to init? Well, we probably want to check them no matter what, because help could sneak into those arguments. I was trying to build for WASM32 mscript10, but it says that it cannot provide a libc for this target. How can I provide it or something? I'm not sure I know how to answer your question. So I guess question number one is, do we have mscript10 bundled in Zig or not? And I'm guessing we're not, because Zig provides a bunch of libcs that are bundled in Zig itself. I'm guessing mscript10 is not one of those. Honestly, understandably. I don't think that Emscripten is particularly nice. Let me ask you a meta question, Gomusik. Are you sure you want to target Emscripten? For example, why are you not fine with, for example, WASM32 WASI? I'm guessing you want to. Well, you know what? I don't know. I'm not guessing. Why are you not fine with WASM32 WASI? And I get it that this is not solving your use case, but while we're at it, maybe we can chat about this briefly. As for the Emscripten specific stuff, Muscle should provide libc. No, because for WASM, basically Emscripten is a libc for WASM, and it basically offers the libc interface to the browser. It's like JavaScript bindings for a libc, for a WASM libc thing. You're using rylib. Okay, I see. Let me see what. Is it flow of woe? I'm probably misremembering how to type. Can somebody remind me? Is it not flow of woe? Oh, but on GitHub it's flu Sokol Zig. Let's see if there's any scripting stuff happening in here. There we go. If you also want to run in the web via the target 132 and script, and the web platform build must look special because the script must be used for linking. And to run the build result in a browser, a special run step must be created. Such a happy build script might look like this, copied straight from pacman.zig. So what I'm showing you is a project that uses, well, it's Sokol, but more specifically, this has Zig bindings and like Zig compatibility. And then to make the Emscripten version of this library, then that's what they do. So build web. Let's see what they do. They have a dependency on the Emscripten SDK. And then they do weird stuff with linking. Interesting. Attach Emscripter linker output to default install step and a special run step to start the web build via em run. So there's a bunch of weird stuff that is specific to Emscripten, and this is how they make it work. I'll give you a link. And also what I think is interesting is like, I think pacman.zig is a specific example. Like pacman.zig, it's a Pacman game. It's this. Like it's literally Pacman. And this guy also supports the Emscripten version. So check out this README and emulate basically what they do. And when I mentioned that they have a dependency on Emscripten, this is how it works. It's like it's a Zig dependency specified in the zone file that then gets picked up and used in the build script. Pacman doesn't have a direct dependency because it does that through Sokol. In your case, you don't want Sokol, right? Because you're using Raylib. But basically you will want to do some of these. Like you will somewhere at some point you will want to get access to the Emscripten SDK. As you're messing around, maybe you don't even need to embed this in the build system. You can basically run the commands manually, but you need to learn exactly what that looks like. So you need to learn what it is that you have to output, because that's what because you need to output what Emscripten, the SDK, wants as an input. And so once you master this, I guess you will be good to go. So Pacman and all of Sokol. Good. Good luck. Okay, we have init, we have args. Initialize the Zine site in the current directory. So I was mentioning, do we want options or not? And well, I guess we do want options because maybe there should be like an init for a simple website and a init for a multilingual website. And I think that multilingual should be like a flag. So let's go do that. And you know what I'm going to do also? I think I want to make a mkdir CLI. And then inside of CLI, I'm going to put all the CLI stuff. So I think I'm going to have like CLI slash init.zig, basically for the init subcommand. Maybe it's a bad idea. Let me see. Well, here we have the GPA. Here we have progress. There's a bunch of stuff that we would kind of lose. I mean, we could put this stuff somewhere else. That would also work. I'm starting to change my mind. Maybe it's fine to just put this stuff down here. Also, init is not going to be super complicated. Yeah, I think it's fine leaving everything to main. I changed my mind. I think we should break up the run into steps. Okay, let's parse these arguments maybe. So const args is a struct that contains, I think so far, pretty much only like multilingual. Yeah. Maybe like this. Okay, let's do the parsing code. So hey there, Teufel. I'm adding Zine init. Maybe we should make this an optional bool and set it to null. So multilingual is true. Oh, although having a dash help after the command should probably be should print command specific options. So it shouldn't print fatal help. It should print something else. It should still be fatal, I think, just not fatal help. So I guess we can do it like this. And that's kind of the only thing that we have for real here. So for now, we only have that. Yeah. So for now, we only have this. We don't really have anything else. That works for me. Okay, so then after this, what we do? We do return. So far, for now, that's what we do. I think I'm going to move this below the function at this point. Okay. So now we have the CLI arguments. Next thing that we want to do is, okay, let's write down our plan. One, create a zine. So files to create. Well, it's like files to create. Ziggy content. And then content slash, I don't know, index.smd. And then content slash, I don't know. I guess we want an index, obviously, for sure. Then we want what? A blog? Should we assume that we want to make a blog for people? Like a blog template? Actually, I don't see why not. So like something like about.smd, then content slash blog slash first post. Maybe like this to showcase stuff that you can do it both ways. And then content slash devlog. Should we give people a devlog by default? plus a bunch of devlog specific files. Then we want layouts slash index.html, layouts slash page.html, layouts slash base templates. I think that's kind of what we want to create normally. Right? That seems already reasonable. I guess one way in which we can do this is basically have these files embedded in the executable verbatim. We print them out, and basically the only thing that we do is if the file if a file already existed there, then we don't do anything. We don't override it, and we print a warning instead. We say warning, file already existed, leaving it unchanged, something like this. And then maybe for the rest, we say created file. Something like this. This is fine. I wish there was like an easy way of managing this thing in bulk, because the problem is we can use embed file on each individual file, but unfortunately it's kind of annoying. There's like no easy way of saying, yeah, put this entire subdirectory into the executable. We don't have that in Zig. I think nobody wrote anything for this, which is funny because Go has that ability. That's one thing that I think in some ways we are maybe missing. I'm not sure if we would want the same system that Go has. It's kind of jank what Go has, in my opinion. But yeah, one way of dealing with like these things would be nice. Like in bulk, basically what I'm saying. In any case, we can start with zine.ziggy. I would say this is the most important one. So let's start with this one. Okay, our zine.ziggy. Oh, you know what? Maybe we also write down the schema. Do we write down the schema? Or do we have the tooling know about the schema already? Hmm. Hmm. How do I get the current to their name? Update file absolute. Copy file absolute. Make dir. Delete, rename. Current working directory. Self-exe path accepts it allocates. What does it do? Get the path to the current executable, follow symlinks. If you only need the directory, use self-exe dir path. If you want an open file handle, use open self-exe. This function may return an error if the current executable was deleted after spawning. But that's not what we want in any case. Real path alloc. And that's it. CWD is via process. Yes, but well, we can look into process. That's sure. I mean, sorry, no. Like CWD, you call from FS, but there's a bunch of stuff in of this kind in process. I think you're right. Are you looking for a CD process to get CWD alloc? Probably. I probably am. I might actually. Yep, that seems to be what I want. Yep. Like this maybe. Uh, like this maybe. I think I prefer the other one. I think I can even do this. That should also work. Maybe at this point everything fits. Not really. Almost, but not quite. Thank you, by the way, everybody. Okay, so with this, we have created Zine.ziggy. And I want to do everything else for these guys, with the difference being that these guys we want to do in a more programmatic way. So we want to create a data structure. I think that treating the Ziggy file as a special file, that makes total sense. Then for everything else, we want basically an array. So files is going to be an array of a struct that has a path and data. I could probably be a nice boy and like make it better. Yeah, so like not mess with the type signatures too much. And then we can do let's call it source. Oh man, the com time. The com time is itching. Although no, I don't think we can call embed file through com time. I think embed file needs an explicit thing. So no com time. Never mind. And I think we do it like this for everything. This is gonna be not just content, but this has to be we can call it like init/content. Technically, we could put this into a snapshot test. Anyway. Okay, as a starting point, there is more stuff. We also probably want to add we probably also want to add like RSS feeds, one for the blog and one for the devlog. In any case, we can add this later, right? It's going to be just a matter of creating a file and adding it here. So then what do we do? For file, basically want to do this. cwd. No, want this const. This is so annoying because now we have to make an open path, but then the open path cannot have the file at the end. We can do it. It's just annoying, man. I'm having flashbacks when I was doing this in Zine proper. Base their name. Okay, we have their name, we have base name. Also, the paths that we're using here are POSIX path, so we need to do their name POSIX and base name POSIX. Then, what does embed file exactly do? It basically means that I create this file. I will create this file in my repository, and the bytes of this file will be embedded in the final executable. So I'm embedding a file into my final executable. That's what embed file does. So it means that basically you will have a Zine executable, but you won't need to have this file anywhere in the system because it's going to be inside of the Zine executable. Okay, so if their name if you provide POSIX paths and then use your name's POSIX, does it work under Windows? It does, yes. Windows does understand Linux style paths, well, POSIX style paths. They kind of had to because nobody wants to do the complicated. Well, they don't want to complicate their programs to also support Windows style paths everywhere, and so for compatibility, they implemented it. And can you use it like a string or more like a dependency? It's a string. It's literally, let's say that inside this file, I have like, I don't know, like foo. I wrote foo inside this file. Then this will become foo. Like I'm going to do f.source and I will get a foo string. Okay, we don't even worry about closing this stuff. I think it's not important in this case. We could, but it's just an extra syscall that we can avoid. So let's just have the OS close this stuff at the end. So we open the directory, and then in there, we create a file. And the file is going to be base name. And it's exclusive. File is going to be base name. Then this is the warning. If the file already exists, we don't want to touch it, so we continue the loop. And then we'll do this basically. Created. base name, and then f dot write all. Can I write all directly? Let's go. F dot write all file dot source catch. No, I don't want base name. I want file dot path error. Perfect. Okay, so this should do the trick, minus the small detail that we have to create all these files. And we're not done. Like, this is not all. We're going to need to create more. So let's go do that. Oh. Mkdir-b. Let's go. Touch. Attach layouts, index.html, layouts, base.shtml, page. Okay, so I attached all the files that needed touching. Let's not do release fast. Let's just build normally. Unable to open init content index SMD. Oh, is this rooted in source? Ooh, I think that embed file is rooted in source. Is it not? It totally is. Missing opening. Title 0s for type UA. What do you mean? Is it not like this? Is it? Does the number go after? I don't think so. Does it? Invalid format string. What? So out of curiosity, if I take this out and I do name twice, will it work then? No, it still says invalid format string. Oh shit, I know what it is. I'm dumb. Okay, so no, this 0 stuff was fine. It's these guys. They need to be doubled up. There we go. Their name is optional. Oh yeah. Okay, so it built. That's cool. So I can, let's enter like a test directory. Supercool.com. Probably want the path in here. Bunch of warnings. Awesome. So we want created, not base name, we want file.path. Yep. There we go. Created zine.ziggy. Created. I wasn't seeing the difference. Oh, I see. You see. It is a file compile time. Yes, exactly. That's the big difference. Okay, so we create those files. They don't have any content. They're not making for a particularly good website. That's for sure. We should also say at the end. Edit zine.ziggy to match your preferences. Then run zine serve, which we don't even have right now, but Okay, I think this is like a good list of suggestions. Like run Zine serve, to run Zine development server, run Zine release to build your website in public, run Zine help for more commands and options, edit zine.ziggy to change your website's main config, read HTTP Zine SSH documentation to learn more about Zine. Honestly, that's not bad. And then also, yeah, it does have the new line at the end, as it should. Let's take a look at these files. So they're all empty because I haven't put anything in there. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, we fucked up. So the problem is that we need to call base name on this guy. Here you go, supercool.com, https supercool.com, content layouts. Oof, I have this error. They should say assets. Okay, we have the basics down. We need to fill in the blanks now. We need to quite literally, our files are blank, and we need to put stuff in there. And then we need to also add RSS feeds for certain, I would say. Okay. Let's go do that work. So we can also kind of get clever with the design, and we could purposely make a website that is, kind of like super quirky and expecting people to change this. Although you could also argue that providing them with a decent like default is not, it's not a bad idea. That probably would be reasonable, but um mm, Theme defaults. Trust UTF-8. Oh, what's the closing slash? What is this? What is this self-closing stuff? What are you self-closing? No, I like, jokes aside. Yes, I agree. We should give them decent defaults. The sample website showcases blog section. Maybe those could even be sublists. Hey, Toggle! Holy cow. Hello, welcome everybody. Thank you for the raid. Hello, hello. So for the people who have just joined, let me tell you what we did today. So today we integrated a piece of very cool tech from Neurosite, who is the creator of a text editor. Well, like a text editor, TUI text editor written in Zig called Flow Control, and we shared, all the three-seater stuff. And basically, with his code, we now are able to build the Zig official website, which has a bunch of like translations in it. It's a multilingual website. So this is the contents, or these are the contents of the official Zig website. Bunch of stuff, bunch of translations: Japanese, Russian, Ukraine, Chinese, Japanese, French, Italian, Spanish. I mean, there's a bunch. And it takes us, so standalone Zine before the changes from Neurosite would take 44 milliseconds to build the entire website. After his work, it now takes 20 milliseconds. So we are basically halved the time it takes to build a website. I mean, it's still like a handful of milliseconds. It's so short that you don't even feel it. On macOS, by the way, on Linux, your mileage might vary. Not necessarily for the worse; it might even vary for the better. But in any case, it's like super fast, to the point where now I was tracing it. So maybe I can show you a trace. Let me make a build with tracing enabled. I'm making a debug build with tracing enabled, so it's not going to be as fast. Partially because of the tracing, partially because of the debug build. But just to show you also a cool tracing tool called Tracy. So you run the command. There's a bunch of CLI arguments for reasons. And you run it, and now you see that basically previously this graph would be completely dominated by us running three-seater code. Code that didn't need to be run every single time. It's like kind of a weird blind spot in the three-seater project. But in any case, with this fix, now you basically can see that we are like rendering a bunch of pages. Every top level entry here, it's us rendering a page. Some pages are super quick to render. Like you can see that there's like these ones, right? They're kind of tiny, relatively tiny. And then there's ones that take longer, like this chunky boy here. But we do it in parallel, and basically now everything is not dominated anymore by three-seater, and it's instead dominated by us evaluating my templating language, which is what it should be. So this is cool. It also means that any performance improvement that we might want to have will basically have to be making my templating language faster, which could totally be done, which could absolutely be done. But in any case, this is not like this is cool, and I totally want to look into this stuff. But this is like not top of my priorities because right now we are like super fast already. So this is really really fast. For comparison, if you want a comparison with Zola, since I know that you guys come from a Rust stream. So if you want to say comparison, so Zola has an official website. And if we do tree content, you can see that they have an official website that has more files than the official Zig website because they have a bunch of themes. So like it's the themes section that's like kind of big, and then everything else is like, yeah, sure, a few pages, but nothing crazy. In any case, Zola takes 200 milliseconds to build the website, and we build the official Zig website in way less than that. I guess I haven't shown that exactly, so I'm gonna show this now. So release fast, no tracing. Really, there's Alice standing. Thank you. It's just, I don't know, short hair plus they do whatever they want. Okay, so got a release fast build. I'm running it. I'm gonna run it in Hyperfine if I can find the command. I think this is it. There you go. 2118 milliseconds. So more or less, it's that 22 milliseconds. Not bad. I would say not bad at all. Actually, now I'm curious. What happens if I delete? What if I were to delete this section here? If I were to delete themes, there's also another thing called themes nested under documentation. What if I deleted top level themes? Let's see. Oh, now content is really small without those. How long does it take to build a super tiny content? Oh, it dies. Failed to build the site. Failed to render section. No, index MD. Function get URL failed. Could not resolve URL for link. Themes index MD. Okay. I guess I should leave index. Can I do git checkout content themes index MD? Okay. Will it build now? Now it builds. 132 milliseconds. So by making their website smaller, we gain performance, which makes sense. But it's like, I think at this point, you can see that it's definitely, that the speed of Zine is not bad. Far from the best possible, but it's already in a pretty decent position compared to, let's say, the competition. I guess we should check out also Hugo. You know what? Let's see how Hugo is doing. So how do we get the website? Show me the website. Hugo Docs. I'm guessing this website is going to be bigger. Than my website and the Zola website, I suspect. Also, why is it so big, dude? Holy cow. Okay. How much is in content? 1,000 files. Yo. Okay. Is it just Hugo? The link renderer hook was unable to find heading ID in configuration markup SMD. MD. The link renderer hook was unable to find heading ID type. Total in 1 second, 200, 1200 milliseconds. JS build. Okay, this is not comparable. Like, what the heck is going on? Failed to transform JS main JS. Could not resolve Alpine JS. What the heck is Alpine JS? Okay. Too much stuff going on. Yep, no. Okay, welcome to Zine. So, sorry. Then what am I doing right now? I'm just implementing Zine init. So I'm implementing basically the default like website that you can get by running Zine init. Okay, so we put this on the homepage, I guess. Then what else do we do? About. Zola is the Tarania version of Zine, I guess. Although, I don't know. I would expect the Tarania version to be faster. What am I doing here? Is there a contributors page? I don't even know if there is or not, but in any case. Hmm. Let's see how Super HTML is doing on the Visual Studio Marketplace. Okay, 1,000 installs. That's fine. I wonder how this will look like. Then, yeah, our browser is also draining all my battery, and by battery I mean like my soul battery. We should switch away. I want to switch away. I just don't know what to switch to for now. And don't say Zen. Zen is Firefox. I'm done with Firefox. I just don't want more. I do not want more Firefox in my life. Yeah, I guess Lady Bird will have to be it. Okay, so we can put this in about. Okay. First post. Arc is being so slow adding features these days. Harish, you don't know. I'm so sorry. Maybe key contributors left the team. Oh no. I'm so sorry to break this news to you. Arc is dead. Basically, the company that makes Arc, it's a startup. They have venture capital. And while they were making Arc, they were basically aiming for creating a browser that would, take over the market. They wanted to make a browser that would, capture a big chunk of the population. And they kind of failed at that. They made a decent browser. I think that Arc is interesting. They did good design work, but the directions that they went towards wasn't the direction that would interest, random users. I wouldn't say that they made a browser for power users either, but whatever they made was pretty cool in my view, but like not compelling enough for, I guess, the average. Well, for the for the general population. So they decided to abandon the project and to make a new browser. And the new browser that they're making is going to be, I suspect, way more AI focused than Arc already was. So, yeah, sorry to tell you this, but Arc is kind of dead. There's a video, by the way, that you can find on YouTube where they explain this. So, to be honest, if you do want to have a browser of this kind that isn't abandoned, Zen is probably your best bet. As long as you don't have beef with Firefox like I do. Will Zine eventually support multi-pages? Can you describe more in detail what you mean by multi-pages? Prasnet, I think I know what you mean. I just want to be sure. Also, if you have a link, like if multi-pages is a concept that other SSGs use, and you have a link to an example of that, I would appreciate that. Just to see what others are doing. I've seen a video of them doing something new. Is that one? Yes, that's the one. What's your Firefox beef? I don't know. Every time I open it, it lets me down. Bug in JavaScript that loops forever. It hangs the entire browser. A JavaScript bug causes your tab to freeze. It doesn't render Helvetica correctly. It crashes. Mozilla as a company is ass. So, I don't know. I think we need better. Zen is by Mozilla too? No, Zen is not by Mozilla, but it's based on Firefox. Why do you care about Helvetica all the things? Because that's the font that I happen to want to use for the Zig website when I was making it the first time. And god damn it, it would render it wrong. I had to find another font. Helvetica is also, I don't know, maybe not that super popular, but it's also like a normal font. It's not even a super weird one. I think people have Helvetica on their computer by default. And it's just rendered wrong. And I suspect that the same problem that I have with Helvetica is not just, it's not just specific to Helvetica. I'm betting you that there's also a bunch of other ones that have this problem. It's a bad font choice. What makes you say that? Don't tell me that the answer is because browsers render it wrong. I haven't had a Firefox crash in years. Yeah, it doesn't crash much. Well, for me, it crashes. So when I have Firefox open and I render a 4K video on my computer and DaVinci Resolve eats all the available memory, Firefox immediately says goodbye. Pagination is a better term. Okay. Let's see. Displaying a large page collection on a list page is not user-friendly. Yep. pagination. So yeah, I get it. I think generally speaking, there's a bigger problem. The bigger problem is right now in Zine, you only have the ability to express one-to-one mappings. One content file becomes one output file, more or less. That's actually maybe the solution. That's maybe the solution. Okay, sorry, never mind. I just thought of something. In any case, so yeah, you basically have one content file that describes one output file. The things that break this rule are aliases, because you can specify multiple aliases, and it means that the same rendered page it gets copy pasted into multiple locations. So that's more than one-to-one mapping, but it's not super interesting. Like aliases are there pretty much only because you maybe happen to have a link, like a link to some pre-existing content that you don't want to break, and so you maintain that in as a form of like backwards compatibility. More interesting are aliases, where the same page gets rendered also as another. It gets rendered also as another page. So, for example, that's how RSS feeds work here. So, if we look at news, we have news index, and news. This is the official Zig website, and the news page specifies as an alternative. Basically, as an alternative, it specifies itself. It specifies a different template, and so the same page gets rendered through a different template, and so that way we get like an RSS version of this page. So this page in HTML version lists all the blog posts, and then the RSS version does the same but uses RSS syntax. Now, setting that aside, it's not exactly so strictly one-to-one, but it's one-to-one-ish. Something like pagination means that you have one piece of content that specifies a variable number of output pages. So because you say this is a paginated page, and so that paginated page becomes 2, 3, 4 different pages, which is reasonable, makes sense, you can do it. But then, yeah, you have to specify all the semantics around that. So for me, the way I would want to solve this is not with like specific, with not with a tool that is specific to pagination, but I would like a more general approach to saying, I would like to create one page that will become multiple pages, and I want a generic way of parameterizing how that is supposed to happen. And we don't have that in Zine. One, I suspect, big puzzle piece that will help us work towards that will be the addition of scripting. Currently, you cannot create custom scripts. You can use scripty expressions, but they're like super limited by design because you're not supposed to like create like giga complicated things with them. And instead, the idea, not currently implemented but planned, is that when you want complex logic, you create a script. And once you create a script, once you create a script, the idea is that you can then access it here. So maybe, I don't know, let's say that you want to do something complicated. Here, you don't want CTX back title. You want something more complicated. I'm making this stuff up, but like you want something more complicated. So you do $scripts.myscript. You call into your script, and in your script, you pass $ctx .back.title. You pass this argument here, or you pass the whole of CTX in here, maybe even. So you pass in the whole of CTX, and now your script does stuff. So where is it that I'm getting with this? I want to have this general ability to create scripts. And then I think based on that, the idea would be there's going to be a way of wiring a content page to a script, or maybe even have the script be the content page. Maybe we even get to the point where we start saying, if you have a file.zine script, again, making this stuff up, you have a file.zine script in your content directory that gets picked up as a content page, and your Zine script is expected to output a map of output pages. And this map of output pages will be defined by a, let's say, virtual markdown, input markdown name, maybe, some settings that you can pass in, and a template. And so the idea is that then your pages will have, basically you will create virtual pages, right? Your script creates virtual pages, which then get fed to a template, and blah blah blah. And then the same general overarching logic kicks in. And so you will have a template for your pagination, where the template expects to find in the front matter, which again is not going to be a physical front matter in a markdown file, but would be like a virtual front matter. And in the virtual front matter, it expects to find, for example, that this is page 1 of 6. And so you will have a pagination script that basically is going to do the math to take in input, the other files, and then decide how many of those need to be in how many sections you want to split them up, that kind of stuff. Maybe. I would say it's not off the table. I do understand the need for that kind of stuff. It's not gonna happen super quick. Like I'm implementing Zine init right now, so there's a few things that I think need to happen before we get there. So the blog and the devlog have each a dedicated RSS feed. Which we did not create, so we should. Okay, something along these lines. Then I'm gonna add more copy. I'm curious to see how this stuff looks like. So I guess next we're gonna need some layout stuff. Okay, we were saying some good defaults earlier. Meta name, color scheme, content, light, dark. I'm not sure about that one. What does that one do? Light dark mode support? You have to specify that in meta? I'm not gonna make this one. I'm not gonna put this one there because I don't understand what it does. But that might totally be on me. So okay, so we have this. Actually, this should be in base because in this example we do have base. Okay. How do we differentiate the homepage from everything else? I'm not sure. I guess we'll think about it later. So we have base, we have those things. I don't know. Let's see how it goes. Zine release. Oh, frick, we don't have the Ziggy file. Right. We seg faulted. That's not good. If you have dark mode enabled, make a basic HTML page, view it, and then add that, then view it again. It triggers light on dark or dark on light according to the user's preferences. Oh, without specifying any CSS. Really? Okay. I'm gonna try this now after we're done seg faulting. We're looking at aliases of an empty page. That's what's going on. And I guess we want to see that status is parsed. I think we have the same problem also somewhere else. Render page. Attempt to use null value. 958. Get static assets. I mean, we have no static assets. Am I failing to initialize this thing? Am I failing to initialize this thing? No. Like, what makes you think that we have... Why is it printing this? Oh, because it's saying ignoring empty file, right? Okay. We are grabbing garbage. Why are we grabbing garbage? How are we grabbing garbage? It's in main, it's in the URL collision code, maybe? Skip a page. Like skip, 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 skip. Collision errors. This is only for collision errors. This is based on templates. Here we're skipping pages that aren't parsed. Well, technically, wait, we're rendering. So the fact that they're parsed is not enough. They need to be parsed, but now they also need to have like past analysis. Although no, we don't go this far if there's any analysis error, right? We stop here. If there's any error that happened before, we exit early. So the fact that we got this far, means that there was no error before, and indeed we have printed no error. But then somehow we think that we should go in there, which is kind of weird. Variant assets install. Well, you know what? Show me what this is. I bet you it's going to be filled with garbage. Somehow it's going to be filled with garbage. Oh, static assets name. Oh, fuck. Okay, no, I get it. I'm dumb. So what I did is that I copied over the one from my website that has these static assets. That said, it should tell us that these guys don't exist. So I'm not correctly processing static assets. We need to report errors related to static assets. The way I think I would do it is so the way that I would do it is, I guess after we're done scanning assets, site assets, then we do this. Here. Scan site assets, takes in a build, puts all the assets in there. And then I think we should have out here a variable that says something like static asset error. And then we flip it, and then we use it down below when we decide to exit here. Okay. So we do this stuff. Before calling wait, we report these errors. So get static assets. And then we do we just check them. Do we increase their reference counting? I think I'm doing it down here, right? Somehow the reference counting work. How does that work? Get static assets. Grab the path name. We set its reference counting to 0, and then we install it. Why? Why do we do that? Because later on, we're going to install assets based on their reference counting. So here we're installing based on this list. And then afterwards, we're doing a more normal install or something? How does that even work? No, we do it before variant assets install. To do, this should have been validated way earlier. Yes, it should have, shouldn't it? I'm confused as to where do we install site assets that aren't static assets? Do you ever take nootropics to help you with focus example caffeine? Ashwagandha, melatonin. I do take melatonin when traveling to help with like jet lag. I drink tea. I used to drink coffee, but it doesn't sit with me well anymore. So I pretty much stopped drinking coffee because I had bad reactions to it. But it's not strictly the caffeine. I can drink Red Bull still, for example. Um, I don't know. I guess it depends. If I'm feeling sleepy, I try to get some of this stuff. Otherwise, I don't. Like today, I think I drank 1 cup of tea and that was it. Maybe this is where we are. Yeah, set assets iterator. Oh, there we go. Here's the iteration then. Okay, what I think we should do is basically take this out because we're doing update file anyway. I don't see what the point is. There's a whole site asset install thing that we're not doing here. Oh my god, this seems asset management. It's driving me insane. It's driving me absolutely insane. It's driving me absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. It's driving me. That's what it's doing. Absolutely driving me insane. Okay, this needs to be different. Wait, we have pathname.get. That's kind of funny. Okay, so we need to do if. I didn't know we could do pathname.get. I forgot about it. I think there's other places in the code where I could actually use it. Okay, then we do the printing. We set the error to true. Okay, so and instead if we everything goes well, then we continue. Okay, so the way we do this is well, literally as I wrote it. Okay, so I would say this is correct. We take all the static assets. We assert that we can get them, and if we can get them, well, then that's great. If we can't get them, then we had static errors, and then we print this, and we need to print this here correctly. So how do we print this? Static asset something something does not exist. Actually, we don't even need multi-line strings at this point, I think. Okay. So now let's go down to what we were doing before for static assets. So we don't do anything weird for static assets. Although I would like to understand what this was doing. What is this doing? Site assets installed there. Build CFG. If it's a simple site, build installed there. If it's multilingual and the prefix is line 0 installed there. Otherwise, does install there open there of assets prefix path for the multilingual website. And so that becomes the site assets installed there. And then it's on that guy that we do this. Okay, I think I get it. And I think that's what we want to do in here, actually. Kind of like this. Except that this happens only once. Above here. And then this is like this. And everything else is fine, I think. Let's double check. So it's either going to be the build installed there or it's going to be somewhere deeper. And yeah. Okay, I should not have broken anything, I think. So now no more site fault. Now proper error. Static asset CNAME does not exist. Static asset favicon.eco does not exist. Static asset well known at proto DID does not exist. Warning, ignoring empty file. Yeah, that's what I was hoping to get. So we have that. So I'm gonna fix my thing. Zine release worked. We kind of want to have the web server at this point, I would say. I think we're kind of getting to a point where we want a web server, don't we? Homepage, welcome to Zine. Couple simple pages, a blog, a dive vlog. The blog and dive vlog each have a dedicated RSS feed. In Zine, RSS feeds are considered alternative versions of an existing page in concrete terms. Blog/indexmd, which is the page that defines the blog subsection and that lists all pages in it, is rendered in two versions: HTML for human readers and XML for RSS readers. Okay. And then about the devlog, then we need some styling. So yeah, X2 was saying to check this stuff out, which I will do now. We haven't regenerated it. I'm used to having the website, to having the thing run in the background. God damn it. Holy cow. I don't know if this is a good idea or not, but that's definitely a thing. Okay, cool. Now I get it somewhat. Yeah, there's a flashbang. Yeah, I know. It's because I'm in a dark room right now. Like, it might not look like it, because the camera is doing an amazing job at dealing with the low light. But like, I have all the lights off in this room, and the only light that you're seeing comes from my monitors, and I have two of them, and I don't keep them even at full brightness. They're like 40%. It's absolutely an overkill camera. It's a Sony, um, it's a Sony S. Oh my god, it's been a while since I've said the model number, and now I'm blanking on it. It's a Sony 7S3. 7SM3. Yeah. Okay, Alpha 7S3. Yeah, absolutely overkill. To be clear, I didn't buy it for it to be my webcam. I bought it because I used it. I recorded like events, did actual camera work, and then right now I'm not using it for anything. So like basically when it sits at home, I use it as my webcam. Yeah, this one is particularly good in low light situations. So it's yeah, it's great. Okay, what were we saying? So yeah, we got this stuff working, kinda. There's more stuff that we need to put in the init. Also, it's kind of burning, right? The fact that we don't have a web server. You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking I'm pushing Zine init deeper into the Yak stack, and I'm placing on top dev server. Like we want it, so that it's because it makes us more efficient at writing the Zine init at this point. So yeah, let's do the web server. And what else? What else? Is up? No, well, we have our own web server integration, right? So let's think about it for a moment. So there are two ways in which we could make it work. One is we literally bring back the same exact web server one-to-one as we had before in Zine. And by doing so, basically the way the web server will work is that it has a watcher on input files. It has a watcher on output files. Whenever an input file changes, it triggers a rebuild. Whenever an output file changes, it sends events to the browser about that. And then it's up to the browser to decide if any of the files changed are important or not. But yeah, I already have this in normal Zine. Like if you do Zig build serve with normal Zine, you get that behavior. But it's just not re-implemented in standalone Zine. Now, here's a different one big difference though with standalone Zine. Standalone Zine has more precise control over which output files have changed. So the way we could make the new dev server work is that it would still have to listen for changes in the input directories. But then it wouldn't have to listen for changes in the output directories, because it could basically receive this information from Zine itself. Zine itself could say, yes, this file has changed, this file has not changed. How do we know? Well, we stop throwing away the output from update file, and then instead we start reading it, and we say, yeah, if the file was stale and we changed it when we call update file, then this is a file that needs to potentially be reloaded. So we basically just stop throwing this information away. Long story short, that wouldn't be a bad system, and we could communicate this also. So, and by the way, to be clear, we don't have any form of caching or incremental compilation in Zine right now. So the way it would work is that we would sub-process a Zine um, at the moment. So the way I think it would work is, yeah, we make another Zine. That's also not strictly necessary, because if we architected Zine nicely enough, instead of making this entire workflow depend on the main function, if instead we package this nicely, we wouldn't even need to subprocess. We could basically just rerun the same thing over and over in the same process. That would require us to be careful with leaking resources, which we haven't been super careful about currently. Well, I mean, I've been mostly a good boy when it comes to most stuff, but I have not been a good boy when it comes to things like freeing ASTs from the Markdown parser, unfortunately, because that thing kind of sucks. But yeah, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to finally, own this stuff and stop leaking shit. Maybe. Hey, Matt. Yeah, I'm still at it. We're making progress. We're making Zine actually cool now. So maybe subprocessing is gonna be, it's like the easiest way of making it happen, I guess. But it doesn't even have to be. It doesn't even have to be. So maybe we can do the subprocessing for now as like a way of making progress, unlocking some things for ourselves, and then leaving for later, making it better. That said, it is true that subprocessing versus not subprocessing does have an implication on how um, instant you feel everything. Because not subprocessing means probably a definitely a much better like instantness feeling. Hmm. So you know what I think I'm gonna do? I think I'm gonna stop here. I think it's time for me to get to dinner. Question for you: how was your experience of the badge for software you can love besides the battery clips? What would you like to see improved? Yeah, no worries. I mean, I don't want to necessarily go in a minute. I'm not in a rush, but I think I'm kind of done for with development on stream today. I want to take a moment to think about which path I want to go down with dev server, and then eat, relax a little bit, and then decide if I want to do some more later today or not. In any case, experience for the badge at Software You Can Love. What I would like to see improved. There was one complaint that we received about the badge not being like interactive enough when it comes to connecting it to other, I don't know what to call it, devices, which it's not like, not in the sense of like USB, in the sense of I want to have basically serial ports where I can communicate with other devices over, I don't know, I2C or something like that. Some people mentioned this, that they felt like that the device could basically have, because I believe that those things are on the board, right? The board itself has those inputs. They just don't have, they just didn't have like a pin connected to them so that people could actually plug things easily. I think that was pretty much the only complaint that I heard. Personally, I would be curious to see. I think I wouldn't hate seeing the badge be more powerful. Hey Jim, oh yeah, we're we're going. We're going fast. Not the fastest, but I don't want to indulge too much into performance work because we are definitely already in the range of good enough performance. So I want to prioritize all the other things that are like obviously necessary, like Zine init that I don't have yet. But I will come back to performance at some point. That's for sure. And we're gonna flex the fucking fastest static site generator ever. Looking forward to it. Yeah, so in any case, Matt, with the badges, that was it basically. My favorite Zig feature is vectors. So cool, extremely relevant to chess engines. Maybe it's also relevant to parsers once we decide to go down the SIMD parser route for our thingies. That's interesting. I took those out because I thought our audience wouldn't really think of that. So the extra word there wasn't worth it. I mean, yeah, I remember that there were like rails. Were those like standardized, or were those like only for what's, I forget the name of the company, but like specific to basically extensions that company was making? Because I would assume that maybe I'm misremembering, but I would assume that if you have like an I2C connection protocol, it's oh no, but I guess it's a rail of pins, and then you can just connect to like you have like a smaller connector, and you just connect two of them, that kind of stuff. We're losing vectors. Oh shit. Array squares to vectors. Vector squares to arrays. What's the point of a separate type? I don't know. I don't know of any type safety argument. Typically, SIMD operations are performed on arrays. Converting between vector and array is a chore that does not accomplish anything. There's also the awkwardness of at vector as a way to create a type. There are multiple proposals, see below, trying to make the syntax more palatable. Problems. The vector type affects the ABI of SQL convention functions. This is load bearing in compilarity, for example. Wow. If anyone comes up with examples of how these could lead to worsened type safety, i.e., it could be easy to make a mistake and have a bug rather than a compiler error, that would be a critical flaw in this proposal that would be likely to make it rejected. Finally, alignment. For many CPUs, vectors have larger alignment than arrays. Yes. This proposal is to keep arrays having the same alignment as status quo. To upgrade code that should lower to exactly the same machine code as before, those arrays that are used as vectors will need to be explicitly over-aligned to vector alignment. Such extra alignment is a trade-off. Yeah. A more compact memory layout can help CPU cache efficiency. Back vector alignment ensures that aligned vector loads instructions can be selected rather than unaligned variants. Generally, programmers should be able to use default alignment and then occasionally, after measuring, decide that the aligned vector load instruction is cool. Let's see. Those arrays were specific to that company, but open enough that you could hack things in no problem. I see. So was it multiple people that brought it up? It was like a couple of people who were experienced with embedded development. So I would say it wasn't like a widespread complaint. It was mostly just people that know this stuff who were interested in doing this stuff. I could see the argument that, you by making it possible, more people could be interested in it. So I wouldn't say it was like a major flaw or anything. It was just something that people brought up. Personally, I do think that what would be more interesting than that maybe would be a little bit more juice. Maybe even more than a little bit, if that makes sense. For example, and again, it's like this. What I'm about to say might not make financial sense when you're making a badge. So, So maybe the numbers don't add up. But for example, the new, what's it called? The new Raspberry Pi thingies. Raspberry, what is it called? The number 5. Raspberry Pi? No, not this guy. Come on. The small one. Pico. Is it called Pico? Yeah. So like the Pico for industry, for home, starting at $5. The one that also has RISC-V, 2350. Is that the one that also has a RISC-V core? $2350. I see 2040. Okay, it is. Well, in any case, yeah, that one. The one that also has RISC-V. I think that would be cool. But yeah. In any case, this is it for me. Thank you all for hanging out. I think I'm going to call it a day. And let me see if there is some obvious raid to make. Otherwise, I'm just going to be lazy and call it a day. Yeah, I'm just calling it a day. Sorry, I'm getting tired. Well, thank you all, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.